know when you're good, and I'll start.
Ready? Test 1 2, test 1 2, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2. And we have sound confirmation. Let's go. Okay. Yeah. All right. Quiet on set in 3, 2, 1. And we welcome you into the main gymnasium here at Athelton High School as we are hopefully getting set for some women's volleyball action as the Baltimore City Community College Panthers take on the Howard Community College Dragons. It's sophomore day here at Athelton. Hello, folks. We welcome you once again. This is the big man on the mic, Isaac Donsky, ready to bring you all the action today. Hopefully, that is, as we got a volleyball tri match coming up. Baltimore City, Garrett, and your hosts, Howard, will face off in the final home game of the season for the Howard Dragons before they off on a lengthy road trip and hopefully get to make the postseason. But of course, we're going to need both teams to play, and at the moment, Baltimore City is not here yet, so we will keep you updated as to if we will get our first match going on time. It is scheduled for 11 o'clock. Match number 2 between Baltimore City and Garrett is scheduled for 1 p.m. We will have that as well. And match number 3 between Howard and Garrett is scheduled for 3. So it's going to be an exciting day featuring 3 very solid teams. You've got Garrett, who's contending for a top 4 seed in the region. You've got Howard, who's fighting to get into the play-in tournament to make the region playoffs, and then you've got Baltimore City, who's fighting to get their first win of the season. So 3 teams in 3 very different positions, but we are missing one of those teams at the moment, so while Howard warms up, we're going to take a short break, and we will keep you updated with the situation here at Athelton. We're waiting for Baltimore City to arrive so we can get started for game number 1 of our doubleheader, and we will be having Sophomore Day celebrations before game number 3, honoring the sophomores for the Howard Dragons. So we're going to leave the camera on. You can watch Dragons warm-ups here, and in the meantime, we'll go ahead and take a break, and we'll be back with you for the start of game 1, whenever that will be. You're listening and watching Howard Dragons Volleyball live here on Dragons Vimeo. We'll be right back. And we welcome you back to Athelton High School Gymnasium here at for today's home tri-match, where we got a little bit of an update. So, our first opponent for the day, Baltimore City Community College, has not shown up yet. As we are currently a little bit behind schedule, the plan is our other opponent, Garrett Community College, is here. Garrett College, excuse me. The plan is as follows. We're going to put 20 minutes on the clock. If Baltimore City doesn't show up in those 20 minutes, we are playing Garrett for the first game. We will let everybody know the situation once again. But, once again, just for clarification, one of the teams involved in our try match today has not shown up. As a result, we are going to reorganize the order of games for the try match, and will most likely play Garrett first. If Baltimore City does not show up, then we will play Garrett, and we'll see where we go from there. We might only have one game today, folks. We might have two games. We might play Garrett twice. We don't know. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, stick with us. We're going to keep the broadcast going, and we'll let you know any updates along the way. So, once more, we're going to take another break here, and we should start our first game in 20 minutes, whether that's against Baltimore City if they show up, or Garrett. We'll let you know. All right. We'll be right back. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Well, we welcome you back to Athelton High School Gymnasium, where we do have an update. Now, Baltimore City did finally get here, but unfortunately, they're going to have to wait to play, as it looks like we will have Howard and Garrett face off first at 11:45 a.m. That is the plan. So again, Baltimore City was late getting here. Garrett got here before them. We were unsure if Baltimore City was going to come, so the tri-match for today has been partially rescheduled. It will be Howard and Garrett facing off first at 11:45 a.m. Garrett will then play Baltimore City at the regularly scheduled 1 p.m. or around then, and Howard will take on Baltimore City closer to 3 p.m. That is the plan to my understanding. So we thank you for bearing with us over this past hour as we've been waiting to get clarification. Let's get ready now for this first game between Garrett and Howard. This is going to be an interesting one. Garrett is one of the top teams in Region 20. They currently sit fourth in the Region 20 standings, battling for a top seed. They are a very, very solid team with a number of players that you would not want to to run into. Garrett is also Garrett the sorry about that, folks. English difficult language sometimes. That's, the Lakers. I'm pulling their stats up right now. As forgive me, folks. There was a we didn't know which game was going first, so let me pull up. Here we are. So, the Garrett Lakers, 8-6 on the season, 5-4 in conference play, one of the top teams in Region 20. They have been an excellent team all season long, and gearing up. They're practicing here, gearing up for their match with the Dragons. Howard, 2-7 or 2-9, excuse me. It has been a difficult season for the Dragons. There we go. 2-9 for the Dragons. They have played nothing but conference games this season, so they have dealt with a lot of pressure. 2 wins on the season, 9 losses. Difficult year for the Dragons. They're looking to close out their final home match of the season with potentially a win. They could get one today facing Baltimore City. We'll talk more about that game when we get ready for it. In the meantime, it is the Dragons and the Lakers. Garrett's fighting for a top 4 seed in the Region 20 tournament. The Dragons are fighting to get into the play-in tournament, which could be a possibility. They still are within striking range. Let's go ahead and meet the lineups for both teams, and we're going to start things off with the visiting Garrett Lakers. Here is their lineup. At libero and defensive specialist, a freshman from Electra, Texas, number 1, Cadence Salinas. At outside hitter, a freshman from Madrid, Spain, number 2, Eugenia Rosa. At defensive specialist, a freshman from Pilesville, Maryland, number 3, Kaylin McCoy. At setter, a freshman from Halethorpe, Maryland, number 4, Haley Beard. At outside hitter, a sophomore from Swanton, Maryland, number 5, Ayana Yoder. At outside hitter, a freshman from Electra, Texas, number 6, Thelma McGee. At opposite hitter, a freshman from Electra, Texas, number 7, Chai Lolk. At libero, a freshman from Caracas, Venezuela, number 8, Paolo Chirino. At outside hitter, a freshman from Philippi, West Virginia, number 10, Emma McCord. At outside hitter, a freshman from Cumberland, Maryland, number 11, Madeline Baker. At setter, a freshman from Palma de Majorca, Spain, number 12, Karen Cuellar. Karen Cuellar, excuse me. At setter, a freshman from Aurora, Colorado, number 14, Taylor Bergs. And at middle blocker, a freshman from Morgantown, West Virginia, number 25, Brenna Lehomediu. The Lakers are led by head coach Brittany Jackson and assistant coach Joshua Hansen. Now here is the lineup for the Howard Community College Dragons. At outside hitter, a freshman from Ellicott City, Maryland, number 1, Abigail Lease. At defensive specialist, a freshman from Bridgetown, Barbados, number 2, Ariana Lane. At defensive specialist, a freshman from Kiev, Ukraine, number 3, Brianna Cochran. At setter, a sophomore from Mount Airy, Maryland, number 8, Sarah McKenzie. At defensive specialist, a sophomore from Baltimore, Maryland, number 9, Caden Jaselskas. At outside hitter, a sophomore from Columbia, Maryland, number 10, Michaela Murray. At defensive specialist, a sophomore from Barahona in the Dominican Republic, number 13, Irene Almonte. At defensive specialist and libero, a sophomore from Laurel, Maryland, number 16, Alyssa Kelly. At middle blocker, a freshman from Columbia, Maryland, number 17, Ariana Beasley. At middle blocker, a freshman from Jessup, Maryland, number 18, Maoli Falijo. And at center, a freshman from Eldersburg, Maryland, number 20, Cheyenne Ellis. The Dragons are led by head coach Jalen Ivey and assistant coach Diana Robb. So, Dragons and Lakers. We had a bit of a slow start, but we're ready to get underway here. Should be a fun first match. Dragons trying to get their first victory since they beat Chesapeake last month. The Lakers trying to stake their claim as one of the top 4 teams in Region 20. This should be a fun one. It's game 1 of our triple header. Game 2 will come up at 1 o'clock most likely. That will be Baltimore City versus Garrett. And then the Dragons will take on Baltimore City closer to 3. So we will have our full try match. Just a couple of scheduling changes, but we're all getting set to get underway. So we will see you in just a sec. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll get underway with game 1 of our triple header. You're watching Dragons Volleyball live on Howard Community College's Vimeo. All set to get underway here. The Dragons will be wearing all black with gold numbers. Libero Caden Jaselskis will be designated libero. She'll be wearing gray with gold. Garrett will be wearing black with white numbers. Their libero will be wearing pink with white. Dragons will be down one of their top players today, Michaela Murray, not playing with what appears to be an ankle injury. That's a big loss for the Dragons. She's been their top offensive player this season. So we should see some of the Dragons bench step up. Game one of our triple header about to get underway. We thank you for bearing with us after a delay of nearly over an hour. As we get set here, I'll notice on your screen the scoreboard, the score bug, the bigger numbers highlighted in yellow indicates the set during the score during the set itself. The overall score of the game will be the small numbers right next to the team names on the score bug. So, bit of rescheduling here, but 11:45 a.m. It'll be the Dragons and the Lakers facing off. Baltimore City will play the Lakers after this, and then the Dragons will wrap up the day by playing Baltimore City in the match that was supposed to be our opener, but got rescheduled after Baltimore City showed up late. Looking forward to this one. We'll give you the starting lineups in 1 second as soon as they hit the court. All right, your starting lineup for Garrett, it's going to be number 5, Ayana Yoder, number 1, Caden Salinas, number 2, Eugenia Rosa, number 12, Karen Cuellar, number 25, Brenna Lahomadou, and number 7, Shai Lolk. Number 8, Paolo Chirino, the libero, is coming in now. For the Dragons, their lineup will be Maoli Felijo, Irene Almonte making her first start of the season, Ariana Lane, Abigail Lease, Cheyenne Ellis, and Alyssa Kelly, and now Katie Jaselskis will check in to replace Lease. So here we go. First serve will belong to the Dragons, and it will be Cheyenne Ellis who will start things off for us. So get ready. Big test for the Dragons here. We are underway. Ellis serves. Here we go. And it's immediately knocked right out of bounds by Caden Salinas. And the Dragons get an ace right off the bat. A good start for Howard. A mistake by Salinas makes it 1-0. Great start to the game so far. Serve on the way. Bopped up. That's going to be tricky. It's scooped up by Cuellar. Sent over. Ellis sets up. Lane kept alive by Garrett. Ellis with a nice dig. There's a whistle. And they're going to say a point to Garrett. Number 12, Karen Cuellar from Palma de Mallorca, Spain, will serve. On the way. Nice dig by Kelly. Felijo sets it up. Oh, a miscommunication there. No one was really there to send it over. And it's 2-1 Garrett. Cuellar's serve is over, and it's in for an ace. Nice little run Garrett's going on here. Cuellar serve on the way. Lane with the dig. Ellis. Felijo sends it over. Sent right back. Oh, Lane touched it. That's another point to Garrett. Cuellar. And service error went out of bounds. A point to the Dragons. Ariana Lane will serve. On the way. Bounces. Here comes a little tip and a kill for Eugenio Rosa. Garrett gets their momentum back. Sub coming in, number 6. Thelma McGee is checked into the game for Garrett. McGee, one of 3 players out of Electra, Texas. And there's a service error for number 7, Shai Lolk. And it's 5-3. So the Dragons not going away just yet. Kaden Jaselskis will serve here. Abby Lease checks into the game. See if the Dragons can start generating a run. Jaselskis is serve on the way. Popped up by Rosa, kept alive. There's a little tip by Lahomadou. Ellis, Kelly, kept alive by Chirino. Nice block by Kelly. Jaselskis with the dig. Ellis with the serve. Lease got the kill! Abby Lease checks into the game and gets the kill and makes it a 1-point game. 5-4. How about that? Kaden Jaselskis will serve. On the way. Chirino. Nice set. McGee. Dig by Lane. Ellis. Almonte sends it over. It's kept alive. Lahomadou. That was out of bounds. Tie game. 5-5. An error by Brenna Lahomadou makes it a 5-5 ball game. And the Dragons aren't going away just yet. Jaselskis' serve is on the way. Chirino sends it up. It's set. And an error as Lahomadou knocks it off the net. Off the set from Karen Cuellar. And the Dragons have taken the lead 6-5. What a run for Howard. Jaselskis will serve. On the way, and that was out of bounds. Garrett ties it back up off the service error, 6-6. Number 5, Ayana Yoder checks into the game to replace libero Paola Chirino. Lahamadou's serve on the way, dug by Kelly. Jaselskis with the set. Almonte sends it over. It's knocked off the ceiling. They're going to count that as an error. Almonte sent it sky high. It's good to see Irene get a start here as Lahamadou's serve on the way, dug by Kelly. Jaselskis trying to keep it alive, and it's out of bounds. I mentioned earlier Almonte making her first start of the season. And it will be Brenna Lahamadou who will serve. On the way. And it hit Lane right in the face. She's okay. She brushes it off. Garrett takes a 9-6 lead. Good stent serving here for Brenna Lahamadou. It's on the way. Kelly with the dig. Almonte, nice set. Lease sends it over and gets the kill. Abby Lease gets the Dragons back in action here. Chirino checks back into the game. 9-7 the score. And Brianna Cochran will check into the game now for the Dragons and will serve. On the way. Shallow. Chirino picks it up. Cuellar sets it up for McGee. Nice dig by Jaselskis. Set by Ellis. Kelly puts it back over. Chirino. Cuellar sets up for a kill attempt. That was in for Eugenio Rosa. Garrett strikes right back after a nice little volley there. 10-7 the score. It's nice to see the Dragons getting their bench more involved in this game, especially with Michaela Murray out. That was the big loss for the Dragons due to injury. Rosa will serve. On the way. Lane with the dig. Set up by Ellis. Cochran sends it over. Rosa. Cuellar. And an error there as Yoder couldn't get a clean spike off of it. It's off of the net, and it's a point for the Dragons. 10-8. Kelly will serve. Chirino. PR. McGee. Nice dig there by Cochran. And she'll attempt to get the kill. And what just happened there? They're going to award a point to the Lakers. I think Cochran had stepped out of bounds when she hit the ball. I'm not sure. 11-6. Caden Salinas is checked into the game. Cochran. Ellis sets it up. Lane going for the kill. It's deflected, and that's a block by number 5, Ayana Yoder, and it's 12-8. Salinas will serve. And Yoder, off of the deflection from Cochran with a kill, makes it 13-8. Salinas' serve on the way. Jaselskis with the dig. Ellis sets it up. Lane might get a chance. That's going to be an error kill for Ariana Lane as Chirino had a miscommunication with Rosa. It gets the Dragons a point. Howard hanging in there despite the odds stacked against them. They haven't won a set since they beat Chesapeake 3-0 back in September, and that was in early September. They have struggled throughout, having been swept in each of their contests since. And they're hoping today to get at least a win, or maybe a victory. Here's a kill attempt that is saved by Kelly. Ellis. That was Lane. Nice block by Felijo, and that's going to be a kill for Yoder. (14-9) in favor of the Lakers. Garrett pulling away here in the first set. Abby Leash checks out as Maoli Felijo checks in. Chirino will serve. Kelly. Here's Lane with the kill. Got it! Ariana Lane with a big-time kill. Keeps the Dragons within 4. They are not letting this one get away. Irene Almonte will check in. Brianna Cochran will check out. Cheyenne Ellis will serve. Serves up. Was that in? It was out, and that's going to be a point to Garrett. A service error there by Cheyenne Ellis makes it 15-10 in favor of the Lakers. Cuellar. Oh, a service error by Cuellar off the net. And it's little errors like that by Garrett that are keeping the Dragons in this contest. It's 15-11. Lane serve on the way. And that's off the net. Another error, pushing the Dragons closer. It's a 3-point game, 15-12. Ariana Lane will serve. On the way. Garrett going for a kill from Yoder. Ellis with a gnarly dig. Jaselska sets up for Kelly for this kill. Might have a chance. Garrett's a little all over the place. That's sent right back, tipped in. What a dig by Kelly. Oh! Ariana Lane made a hell of a save there. The Dragons couldn't get the rebound. It's 16-12 now. Chai Lok will serve. Lane with the dig. Ellis sets up for Lane. Going for a spike. Almost got it there. Chirino. Cuellar. Lahamadou. What a save by Lane. It's going the other way. Was it in? It's in! Ariana Lane. They needed confirmation from the side judge for that, but they got it. That just clipped in. And the Dragons, continuing to keep this close, they pulled within 3, 16-13. One thing about this Dragon squad you have to know, they may have been swept out of their last 7 games, but they are going to fight no matter what. Jaselskis with a nice serve all the way. Cuellar sets up for McGee. Gets the kill as she breaks through the block. Sorry, that's 17-13, not 178-13. Hit one too many buttons when I was updating the scoreboard. It's just me up here in the booth today, folks. I got camera operator duties and scoreboard operator duties. Lahamadou serve on the way. Lane with the dig. Ellis picks it up. Lease going. It was blocked. Gnarly blocked by Ayana Yoder. And it's 18-13. Garrett showing why they're one of the best teams in the region right now. But the Dragons giving them a good fight. And that's something that the Dragons have done all season. They've played tough despite this losing streak, which is why I think that they could break it today. Shallow serve picked up by Kelly. Nice set there from Lane. Ellis sent it over. Here goes the kill attempt. Oh, a miscommunication by Garrett. McGee and Yoder both going for the ball, but they forgot to say who was going to hit it. And that will give another point to the Dragons and make it 18-14. Brianna Cochran's back in. Irene Almonte out. It's great to see Cochran and Almonte get time. They haven't started a lot of games this year. They haven't played that much, but it's great to see them playing here. Cochran puts it over. Chirino. Guiar. There's a kill attempt. Way too far. Almost hit our speaker system. That's a point against Garrett as Rosa could not control that kill. 18-15, and my fat fingers keep missing keys. Cochran serve on the way. Picked up by Rosa. Set up for McGee for the kill. What a save by Lane. Ellis with the set. Lease going for the short kill. Might have gotten it. Might have been too many touches. They're not going to say that. Kelly puts it up for Ellis. Lease again. Oh, Abby Lease with the kill. How about that from Abigail Lease? And don't look now. It's a 2-point game. 18-16, the Dragons staying in here against a top 4 seed in Region 20. Cochran will put the ball up. And gets a service ace! How about that? Brianna Cochran makes it a 1-point game. 18-17. How about this? The Dragons fighting back here against Garrett. Cochran. Serve on the way, picked up by Chirino. Cuellar puts it up for McGee. Oh, and it breaks the block again. Ellis and Lease just aren't able to stop that nasty strike. Nasty spike, that is, from Thelma McGee. 19-17. 2-point game. Still within reach. Rosa will serve. Jaselskis with the dig. Set up by Ellis. Kelly with the short-range spike. Picked up. They're going to go for McGee again. Oh, and it bounced off of Cochran. She let that one go. It probably would have been a point for the Dragons. It's now 20-17. No pressure, though. Dragons doing very well here against an opponent that was expected to wipe the floor with them. No offense, ladies, if you're listening later. Rosa puts it up. Lane. There's a set by Ellis. Kelly. Ooh, off the net. Garrett closing in on game point, 21-17. On the way. Cochran. Ellis with the set. Lane goes for the kill. It's saved by Rosa. Cuellar sets it up for Yoder. That's out. Point to the Dragons. 21-18. Dragons keeping it close. Alyssa Kelly, one of the sophomores that will honor before game 2, will serve. On the way, Chirino with the bump. There's McGee for the kill. Ooh, Thelma McGee. She's going to be tough to stop today. McGee gets the kill there. 22-18, and Garrett is 3 away from getting the win here in this first set. Gaden Salinas is back into the contest. Number 1. She and 2 other players from Electra, Texas. I'd love to see how Garrett managed to recruit out there. Lease with the kill. Got it. How about Abby Lease? Oh, my goodness. Not today, says Abby Lease, keeping this game close. Hayden Jaselskis will check out. Mayoli Felijo will check in. And Abby Lease, who just got that kill, will serve. It's on the way. And that's going to be a service error as it goes under the net. 23-19. Lahamadou is back in for Garrett. As Paola Chirino will serve. On the way, ball's up. Kelly with the dig. Ellis with the set. Lane. Saved by Rosa. And it's off the net. Ariana Lane has just given the Dragons their 20th point of the game. It's a 3-point contest, 23-20. Irene Almonte checks back in. This is the best the Dragons have looked in a long time this season, folks. With all the struggles that this team has gone through this year, it is a rebuilding year under a first-year head coach. They haven't looked this good since they beat Chesapeake. They might get another point here. Chirino keeps it alive. Lahamadou sends it over. Kelly with the dig. Ellis will set. Felijo gets the kill off an error by Chirino. Maoli Felijo with a monster slam makes it a 2-point game, 23-21. This is going to come down to the wire, folks. Cheyenne Ellis will serve. On the way, Chirino. PR. Ellis saves it. Jaselskis. Lane. Rosa. PR. Dumped over. And they're going to rule that a kill for Chai Lok. Game point, 24-21. Will Garrett wrap up this set, or will the Dragons take the first one? On the way, Jaselskis with the save. Put up by Ellis. Almonte sends it over and out, and Garrett will win set number 1, 25-21. It was a wild, crazy set. Probably the best all season we've seen the Dragons play. And we'll switch sides here and take a 3-minute break as we get ready for set number 2. You're watching Dragons Volleyball live here on Howard Vimeo. Set number 2 getting set to get underway here at Athelton High School Gymnasium. If you missed set 1 and are just tuning in, the Dragons lost 25-21 in an extremely close set that almost went the distance. If it shows anything, it shows that the Dragons are ready for this one. They have been waiting to get their hands on a game with Garrett. And going up against one of the top teams in Region 20, they are showing what they could do. Again, if you're just tuning in with us, the first game of this triple header was supposed to be Dragons versus Panthers, Baltimore City Community College, but BCCC showed up late, so a decision was made in order to get the tri-match going on time that Garrett would play the Dragons starting at 11:45 a.m. Baltimore City will play Garrett after this contest, and then we'll play the Dragons last at around 3 p.m., where we will do our sophomore day celebrations prior to that game. So again, due to a bit of a scheduling error, we are kind of doing the tri match in reverse with Garrett and Howard, which was supposed to be the finale, going up first. Garrett will start with the ball here in set number 2. They narrowly beat the Dragons in set 1, 25-21, as the Dragons fought hard. Howard is down top offensive threat Michaela Murray out with an ankle injury. So the Dragons are having to lean heavily on their bench, and they have shown up big time. Brianna Cochran, Irene Almonte, others have done a great job. Emma QR will start with the ball. Cochran will get a nice set there. Lane goes for the kill. Chirino picks it up instead. Puts it up. Here's a chance for Lolk. Kelly sends it to Ellis, and Lane tries to keep it alive. Oh, it's still alive somehow off the block. Jaselskis with excellent. Well, that's a point to the Dragons. Okay, lost my train of thought there. As the Dragons will strike first. You see the tiny numbers on your screen next to the score bug, next to the team's legs. That shows you what the overall score of the game itself is, not the individual sets. So Garrett does have a 1-0 lead, but it was not an easy 1-0 lead. Here's Ellis. Sends it over. Salinas. Cuellar. Lahamadou with a gnarly kill. Ties it up at 1 apiece. You can probably see in the background of that shot some of the Baltimore City players coming in. Baltimore City is here. Again, they were a little bit late getting here, so the decision was made to reverse the order of the games for the tri-match as Garrett had arrived on time. Almonte. Kelly puts it over. Chirino keeps it alive. That would have gone out of bounds. Here's McGee. That was in, and that is a point. Thelma McGee has been a terror against the Dragons in this game so far. Probably one of the most dangerous players that Garrett has on their roster, and another one of those players from tiny Electra, Texas, the tiny town that has provided 3 Garrett players, all from the same high school. One has to wonder how the recruiting department worked there. Almonte with the kill! Irene Almonte gets her first kill of the season and ties the game back up. And again, it's so nice to see her and Brianna Cochran get some time out here. They usually they usually ride the bench during their games. They're solid depth pieces, but they don't get a lot of playing time. But today, with Michaela Murray out, head coach Jalen Ivey is cycling them in more and more, and it's working. It keeps the Dragons fresh, and they look good in this contest. McGee sends it over. Ellis, Jaselskis. Here's Kelly. Puts it up and over. It's saved by Lolk. Lahamadou. What a save by Ellis. Lane. Out. So Brenna Lahamadou will serve on the way. Kelly with the dig, sends it right over, and it right into the hand of Yoder, who spiked it hard. It's 4-2. This right here is where we start to see the discrepancy between these two teams, because while the Dragons can play tough with Garrett, Garrett is showing why they're a top 4 seed in the region and why they're one of the best teams this year in a stacked Region 20. I tell you what, there's at least 10 teams that have a legit shot of winning the region. My pick is Hagerstown. Kelly sends that over. Nice block. Jaselskis. Ellis. Kelly. Out of bounds. Kelly was arguing that a Garrett player touched the ball, but the referee's going to say otherwise. Lahamadou sends it over. That's out. That's a point for the Dragons. Maoli Felijo checks out. Abby Leash checks in. Here's Jaselskis, who you will see more of this winter as she is on The Dragons women's basketball team almost got an ace there. Chirino had to go to the ground. Yoder, Jaselskas keeps it alive. Ellis, Kelly dumps it over. Cuellar. Here's McGee. Lane keeps it alive. Kelly, Ellis. Rosas, Cuellar, McGee. Jaselskas with the save. Here's a volley. And it's sent right over by Ellis. I see what she was trying to do. She was trying to get it right at the corner, but a little too much power, and it went out of bounds. 6-3. 3-point game. Things are staying quite close here. And the Dragons trying to keep this one within range, and they can do it. They've matched up fabulously with the Dragons as Eugenia Rosas just served that ball off the back of her teammate Ayana Yoder's head, and that's a point for the Dragons. It's 6-4. Like I've been saying, the Dragons have matched up very, very well here with Garrett. Better than expected, I would say. Brianna Cochran will serve. Picked up by Lulk. And a miscommunication. Yoder and McGee were both running for the ball, and the Dragons will get another point. Make no mistake, folks, when I say that expectations for the Dragons were that it wasn't going to be a very close game, I say that because Garrett is one of the top 4 best teams in Region 20. Lane, Jaselskas sends it back over. Chirino saves it. Cuellar, Yoder, Jaselskas puts it back, and that's a point for the Dragons. How about that from Kaden Jaselskas? It's a tie game, 6-6. Again, the Dragons 2-9. This was expected to be the contest that we were going to struggle in against Garrett, but we have played them fantastically so far. I'm very impressed. McGee will send it over. Cochran saves it. Ellis puts it back. Oh, that's off Cheyenne Ellis. A little mistake there. That will give Garrett the lead back. Salinas checks into the game and will serve. Jaselskas, Ellis, Kelly, blocked. Kelly tried to keep it alive, as that was a block by Yoder, who's taken over this game. It's 8-6. Jaselskas, Lane keeps it alive. Jaselskas again. What a play by Kaden Jaselskas. Unfortunately, no one was in the middle there, as attention had been taken away to the sides, and that allows Karen Cuellar to get the kill. It makes it 9-6. Once again, folks, the small numbers on the side on the score bug next to the team names indicate who's leading the set. They don't indicate standings in the region. They just indicate where we are. That was out by Salinas, and that'll give a point back to the Dragons. Alyssa Kelly will serve for Howard. On the way. Salinas has to back up to get it. Cuellar puts it up for Chalk. Blocked! Blocked by Ellis and Lease. And a point for the Dragons. It's a 1-point game again. 9-8. And Kelly will get another chance here to serve. On the way. Picked up by Rosas. Cuellar sets it up for Yoder. That was in. 10-8. Service ace by Chirinos puts it right back to a 1-point game. 10-9. Abby Lease will serve. On the way, Salinas. That was partially blocked by Felijo, but it's blocked out of bounds. (11-9). Karen Cuellar will serve. It's on the way. And it's off the net. A service error puts it back to being a 1-point game. Dragons continue to take advantage of these mistakes by Garrett and keep this game close as Cheyenne Ellis will serve. Ellis's serve is on the way. Torino. Choke. That's up. Almonte keeps it alive. Lane goes for the kill and gets the kill. How about that? It was off of the basket. It was off of the basket, and Almonte kept it alive, and Lane gets the kill, and it's a tie game, and Garrett needs a timeout. Strap in, folks. The Dragons came to play today. We're going to take a break and be right back. It's 11:11 in the second set. (11-11). The Dragons playing what could be their game of the year here against Garrett. Ellis sends it over. Almost got an ace. Cuellar puts it up. Choke. Out of bounds. Dragons with the lead. I don't believe what I'm seeing here. And again, I don't mean this to try and demean the Dragons at all. This reason why I keep bringing it up is because of the two matchups scheduled for today. I would have thought that the first match against Baltimore City would have been the one that the Dragons would have had their best chance. Ellis keeps that one alive. Kelly, Almonte puts it in, and in for a kill! Ariana Lane! Dragons take a 2-point lead. Just to finish that thought, going into this tri-match, Baltimore City 0-5, they were supposed to be the first opponent. It was expected. That'll probably be the game that the Dragons will have the best chance of getting a win at, because Garrett is a top 4 seed. Well, they don't look like a top 4 seed right now. Chalk with an error there, and the Dragons take a 3-point lead. Howard is shocking everybody. Garrett is stunned as the Dragons are starting to pull away in this one. Cuellar, Lahamadou, and Garrett needed that one. 14-12. Regardless of how this ends, we're in for one heck of a match, folks. It's already been an excellent. The first set was incredible, but this second set is right up there. And again, the Dragons, they're playing more than just to win. They want to win their first set since they swept Chesapeake back in September. Chalk was scheduled to take the serve, but there's going to be a stoppage here as they wanted to check Salinas out of the game. Chalk, serve on the way. Lane. Ellis tips it over. It's sent right back by Lahamadou. Ellis sets it up. Almonte. Oh, Irene Almonte with the error kill! Coach Diana Robb and Coach Jalen Ivey on their feet. It's 15-12. Now hold up and wait a minute. The bench came to play as well. Irene Almonte hasn't played that much this season. Getting a chance here, and she is showing out. Lane serve on the way. Chirino puts it up. Cuellar. Lahamadou. Jaselska's kept it alive, but sent it right back into the net. Good try by Caden. Garrett's not going to go down without a fight here. Lahamadou on the way. Kelly. Lane. Ellis will send it over. Cuellar. Lahamadou. McGee gets the kill. Lane couldn't get there in time. 1 point game, 15-14. Lahamadou will serve. On the way. And that's out! Service error for Brenna Lahamadou makes it 16-14. And the Dragons are 8 points away from their first set victory since Chesapeake. Jaselskis puts it up. Chirino. Cuellar. Yoder. Blocked by Lease. Blocked by Abby Lease. And it's another point. 17-14. Jaselskis will serve again. It's on the way. It's up. Rosas. PR. McGee blocked by Lease again. Lane. Nice bump. Nice setup for Ellis. Kelly. Chirino. Cuellar. McGee. Out. 18-14. 4-point lead. Biggest lead of the day for the Dragons. Jaselskis will serve once more. On the way. Chirino puts it up. Blocked by Lease. Oh, they got to keep it alive. Kelly keeps it alive. Ellis puts it over. Chirino. Cuellar with the set. Yoder. Jaselskis keeps it alive. Almonte dove. Couldn't get there in time. That's a point back for Garrett. They needed that. 18-15. During that timeout, Garrett's head coach was telling the team who's going to step up here and get us back on track. That's what they wanted to see. On the way. I think they said a dead ball there. So it remains 18-15, 3-point game in favor of the Dragons. On the way. Lane. Kelly. Chirino. Cuellar. McGee. Partially blocked. Ellis keeps it alive. Jaselskis with the set. Kelly. Off the net. Ooh, didn't need that. A good try for Alyssa Kelly. Makes it 18-16. 2-point game. Garrett trying to get back into this one. Rosas will serve. On the way. Almonte tipped it off. Garrett within one. 17-18. And the Dragons are going to take a timeout. Dragons take a timeout. I just realized it said timeout on the scorebook the entire time. My apologies. As both teams going back and forth here. We're taking a short break. We'll be right back. 18-17. Dragons lead it in the second set. Back we go. Rosas will serve. 18-17, Dragons lead it. Jaselskis with the dig. Put up for Lease. That's out. And it's a tie game. Dragons had held the lead for a while there. But Garrett coming back into this one. Rosas will serve again. And that's out. Give the lead back to the Dragons. 19-18. Brianna Cochran will check back into the contest for the Dragons to replace Irene Almonte. A referee wants to have them do that switch again, so it abides by the rules. Almonte and Cochran are having great games. These are two players who you haven't seen play a lot this season. They're getting their chance here with Michaela Murray out injured, and they have been spectacular so far in this game. Cochran serve on the way. Clears the net. Kept alive. Tipped over. Jaselskis. Ellis. Kelly. Almost got the kill there. McGee sends it back. Lane. Ellis. Lease. Got it! The Dragons are 5 points away from a win. They lead 20-18. How about this? Cochran will serve. Clears the net. Kept alive. Tipped over. Lease. Ellis. Kelly. That's in! That was in! Alyssa Kelly with the kill. 21-18. Cochran will serve. It's put up. Choke. Blocked partially. Jaselskis got a piece of it. Ellis. Yeah, there's the kill by Abby Lease. 22-18. I haven't seen the Dragons look this enthused, this excited about playing volleyball all season. They have looked fantastic today. They are in it. They are energized. They are ready to go. They know it's a special day. They know it's sophomore day. It's the last home game of the season, and they are playing like a team. They are playing like a team possessed. Jaselskis with the save there. Ellis, Lease puts it over. Rosas with the save. Gular, Yoder, that's in, and Garrett needed that one badly. Makes it 22-19. Salinas checks back in. She will serve. As a ball rolls out. Jaselskis with the save. Yoder. Keeping it alive. Jaselskis. What a volley this is. Lane puts it over. Kept alive by Salinas. Kiar sets it up. Out! Schalk tried to go for the kill, and it's out. 2 away. Kelly will serve. On the way. Salinas had to dig deep. It's up. Kelly. Ellis. Lane. Partially blocked. Rosas keeps it alive. Cuellar. Schalk. And Kelly couldn't keep it alive. 2-point game, 23. 3-point game, 23-22. Garrett trying to pull a miracle here. Chirino over to Kelly. Set up for Lease. Dips it in. Cuellar keeps it alive. Salinas. Schalk going for the kill. Kelly. Ellis. Lane. Cuellar. Chirino. Schalk blocked. Cochran keeps it alive. Ellis goes for the kill. Cochran. Chirino. Cuellar. Lahamadou. Cochran keeps it alive, and it's out. Some wild plays going on there for both teams. It's a 2-point game. Dragons are 2 points away from getting their first set win in a set since they beat Chesapeake back in September. They want this. This is just the second set. On its way, Cochran. Kelly tried to keep it alive, and it's a 1-point game, 23-22. Dragons got to calm down. No mistakes here. We're on the precipice of getting of stealing a set from Garrett. Just calm down. We got this. Here's Chirino, excuse me. Added an S to the end of her name by mistake. On the way, Kelly with the dig. Ellis will set it up. Lease. Short range one. Salinas keeps it alive. Cuellar puts it back. Schalk gets it and ties the game at 23. Well, no one said it was going to be easy. And the Dragons are going to take a timeout. That might be their last timeout of the set. 23-all. We're going to take a break too. This is intense. Dragons trying to get their first set victory since they swept Chesapeake in September. Garrett trying to pull ahead 2-0 in this contest. We'll take a short break and be right back. Who will be the first to get to 25? Both teams need just 2 points. Could the Dragons get the win here, or is Garrett going to take a 2-0 lead in this game? Torino serve on the way. Kelly, Ellis, Lease. Got it! It's batted out of bounds. Game point. 24-23. Vallejo will check in. Abby Lease will serve. Here we go. Game point for the Dragons. Lease. Put up. Back on the bench. Chirino sends it over. Cochran. Kept alive. Chalk. Kelly. Ellis. Lane. Blocked. We're going to go to extra points here. 24-24. Dragons need 2. Leash checks out. That was big. Garrett keeps it alive. Karen Cuellar out of Palma de Mallorca will serve on the way. Jaselskis low. Lane somehow puts it over. It was tipped by Chalk. Sent back the other way. Cochran. Ellis keeps it alive. How about that? Chalk. Cuellar puts it up. Salinas. Oh, off the net. Game point. Game point. 25-24. Back to game point. Lane holding her elbow there for a second. I think she's okay. Ellis will serve. Lane was just shaking out her elbow. Okay, got nervous there for a second. On the way, Ellis. Chirino. Oh, that's a win for the Dragons! Too many players touched! Dragons take the set 26-24. And for the first time since the game against Chesapeake, the Dragons have won a set and have tied this baby up at 1 apiece. We will go to an extra set, folks. The Dragons are taking it to Garrett. What top 4 seed they said. We'll be back with set number 3. We've got ourselves one heck of a game. You're watching Dragons Volleyball on Howard Vimeo. One Dragons. have decided that they are going to play the game of their lives today. They've got Garrett on the ropes here as we enter the third set. This game is going to go to extra sets. First time all season at home that we've said that. This has been a really fun one so far, folks. An extremely exciting contest. The Dragons playing out of their minds good. I haven't seen them play this good all season. They woke up on sophomore day and decided that we are going to win this, that we are going to put together the performance of a lifetime, and they are doing it here. We're in the third set. Changes will come up on your screen shortly. There we go. It's 1-1 overall. If you had to ask me so far who the MVPs of this match are, I'd got to say Abby Lees has been phenomenal so far. Caden Jaselskis and Alyssa Kelly have made some insane defensive moves. Ariana Lane has been great too. She did have to ice her elbow after that last set, it looks like. I think she may have landed a bit awkwardly on it, but she is okay, and she will be starting set 3 alongside Mayoli Felijo, Irene Almonte, Cheyenne Ellis, who will serve here to get us underway. Let's see if Garrett can respond after suffering a stunning loss of that set. Lahamadou right off the bat with a big-time kill makes it 1-0. So it's Jaselskis, Kelly, Ellis, Lane, Almonte, and Felijo starting set number 3. Karen Kiar will serve. Kelly puts it back over. Kept alive. Felijo heads up play. And a heads-up play there by Garrett to let that one go out of bounds. That's something you don't see a lot of teams do, is just let a ball go out when they know it's out. A lot of teams will, by instinct, immediately go to try and send it right back and set up a play. A smart move there by Garrett to let that one go out of bounds. That was Salinas. That was in. Ooh, bad call. You heard the Dragons yell out. That was in, and it's 3-0. So a much better start to this series, to this set, than the last one for Garrett. But the Dragons are resilient. We saw that in the first 2 sets. They only lost set 1 by 3 points. And set 2 came down to the wire. They had to go into extra points for that one. And there's a service ace by Cuellar. It's 4-0. So Garrett seems to have gotten their mojo back. They seem to have woken up and realized, hey, we're a top 4 seed at Region 20. We need to start playing like it. Cuellar will send it the other way. Lane. Ellis. Almonte. Cuellar with the save. Kept alive. Schulk going for the kill. Ellis keeps it alive. Felijo. Jaselskis almost got it over. And it's 5-0. The Dragons are going to need to get some points quick here if they don't want this one to get away from them. Cuellar. Jaselskis. Ellis. Felijo tips it in. Cuellar. Chirino. Choke. No! It was out of bounds. First point of the game for the Dragons. 5-1. Ariana Lane will serve. On the way. Nice play there. Cuellar takes a tumble. That's over and out. Another point for the Dragons. Sneaking back into this one. Ariana Lane's going to serve again. Garrett has just kind of looked off ever since the halfway point of set 1. We'll talk more about that later. That's on the way. Chirino puts it up. 2 Lakers hit it. Ellis keeps it alive. Jaselskis. Lane. Rosas. Chalk. Lane with another great dig. Ellis will dump it over. Rosas. Oh, a miscommunication. Punched over by Chalk. Lane. Ellis tips it over. Put right back. Jaselskis. Oh, and Lane wasn't there to pick it up. Forward momentum took her away from where the ball landed. And it's 6-2. A good volley for both teams. As I mentioned earlier, Garrett hasn't looked comfortable since about halfway through the first set when the Dragons got back into the game and made things way closer than we expected. And it may have contributed to them losing the second set. That one somehow got over the net. Almonte keeps it alive. What a play by Irene. Lahamadou off of the hand of Jaselskis. It's 7-2. And Garrett finally starting to look like the team that we expected them coming into this contest. It'll be Lolk who will serve, and that's a service error and a point back. It was Garrett mistakes in that second set that kept the Dragons in the contest long enough for them to take control offensively and start scoring. There was a Garrett player who was being checked out by our athletic training staff. That was number 14, Taylor Bergs. She hasn't played yet, so I wonder if they're taping her up to send her in as a relief. Lahamadu, what a stop by Jaselskis. They're going to try again. McGee. Lane puts it up off the ceiling. Jaselskis. Leash dumps it in. Rojas keeps it alive. Cuellar, right back to Rojas. Rojas, it's over the net. Almonte keeps it alive. Jaselskis. No one was there. Well, I'll tell you another thing I've noticed. Thelma McGee, who tortured the Dragons in that first set with her hard-hitting kills, was held in check that second set. She didn't get a lot of opportunities. And I think that may have changed the direction of the contest. Lahamadu's set on the serve is on the way. Kelly will send it back. Little dunk in there by Yoder. Sent back the other way. McGee. Still kept alive by Jaselskis. Here's Lease. Got it! Abby Lease with a kill. Eight to 4, Lakers. On the way, Lane, nice play. Cochran, Ellis will send it over. Kept alive. Yoder going for the kill and gets it. 9 to 4. Lane. Ellis back to Lane. Here's McGee. Off the net, blocked by Lease. This set has a feeling of the first set, where Garrett jumped out to an early lead, but the Dragons kept it within striking distance by taking advantage of mistakes by the Lakers. McGee, another block by Lease, but that one slips over the net. That gives Garrett a 5-point lead, 10 to 5, and they'll check Salinas into the contest. Caden Salinas. On the way. Off the net. Ooh, Lane wasn't able to get there in time. It's 11 to 5. This is the biggest lead of the day for Garrett, and it's going to be a timeout for the Dragons. They're going to need to discuss things over. We're going to take a break as well. 11 to 5. Garrett starting to take control of this one, and we'll be right back. We're back underway. Jaselskis. That was a block. 12 to 5. So Garrett starting to slowly but surely pull away in this one. They lead by 7, 12-5 here in the third set. Lakers may have gotten a mistake there. Oh, Jaselskis touched it. It's 13-5. I wonder how if, much of it has to do, I think, with frustrations from the Lakers, because they should have won set number 2, as Lane sends that over for Chirino, but they came up short. That's dunked in there, kept alive by Ellis. Jaselskis. Lane almost got the kill. Chirino had to go low. Lulk kept alive. Lease dumps it in there. Chirino. Lulk again. Off the net. Dragons needed that. 13-6. Mayoli Felijo checks back into the contest to replace Kata Jaselskis. Jaselskis has been having an excellent day, as it'll be Abby Lease who will serve. Ball's up. Rosas, we are. Yoder. Oh, and Lease got a piece of that one, and it's going to be a Garrett point. 14-6. Hopefully the Dragons will be able to make some adjustments here. On the way. Kelly. Cochran keeps it alive. Jaselskis will send it over. Great defensive play there by the Dragons. Lahamadou. That's in. 15-6. Chirino will serve. Jaselskis. Ellis up. Lane. Cuellar. Lulk. Kept alive by Kelly. Ellis will the setup. Lane. Out. A little handful of mistakes here. Dragons are playing good, but they just can't catch a break, it seems like. The errors that Garrett was making in the first 2 sets that allowed the Dragons to keep up, they weren't able to do that. They weren't able to keep those going. They've adjusted well. Chirino on the way. Jaselskis. Ellis. Here's Lane. That was blocked. Felijo keeps it alive. Ellis dunks it over. Cuellar puts it back. Chirino sets it up for Lulk. It's blocked by Mayoli Felijo. A big-time block by Mayoli makes it 16-7. Irene Almonte will check into the contest. She replaces Brianna Cochran, who has gotten more playing time today than she has all season. And I think she's been one of the most vocal Dragons on the sideline, and it's wonderful to see her get some playing time. Ellis' serve on the way, kept alive by Salinas. Cuellar is there, puts it up for Lulk. It's off the net. 16-8. It's an 8-point game. Ellis' serve on the way. Salinas. Cuellar. Lahamadou. Lane keeps it alive. Ooh, Kelly couldn't get there in time. Good play there by Ariana Lane to try and keep that play alive. Makes it 17-8. Well, momentum kind of feels like it's been sapped away from the Dragons, but we did take a set earlier, so there is one more set to play after this. And potentially a 5th if the Dragons can get their mojo back. Here's Lane going for the kill, and will get the error kill, as Cuellar couldn't make that save in time. Ariana Lane has been having one heck of a game. Makes it 17-9. Lane will serve. On the way. Salinas. Cuellar. Lulk. Ellis with the save. Kelly sets up. Almonte digs it over. Salinas. Cuellar. Lane with a nice save there. Ellis. Kelly. Chirino. Cuellar. Lulk. Lane keeps it alive. Ellis. Kelly. Oh, couldn't complete the kill. Great volley. Makes it 18-9. 9-point game. as Thelma McGee checks into the contest for the Lakers. Has not been as effective as she was in the first set. Lok. Jaselskis out of bounds. Well, we've seen some crazy things here today. Can we see the Dragons come back from a 10-point deficit as they trail 19-9 here in set number 3? On the way. And an error there makes it 20-9. And a timeout is going to be taken, it looks like, by Garrett. We're going to take a timeout too. 20-9 the score. 21-19, excuse me. We might have missed a point there. We'll be right back. Back to the action we go. 21-9. Garrett leads. And a stoppage is made. It's because one of the sophomore day posters fell onto the court. That was the one for Alyssa Kelly. Coach Jaden Ivey marching over there to pick it up. All right, here we go. On the way, that's out. Service error by Chai Lulk. Makes it 21-10. Lise, Kelly, Almonte, Ellis, Jaselskis, who's serving in lane on the court for the Dragons. McGee puts it up for Cuellar. Lahamadou saved. Oh, that was off the ceiling. Give the ceiling an assist for that one and make it 22-10. Cuellar, Lane, Ellis, Kelly, and a mistake there. 23-10. Garrett 2 points away from getting their second victory of this contest. Lahamadou will serve. Lane, Ellis punts it off the glass, game point. We'll just put this one as a throwaway set for the Dragons to get ready for set number 4. There's still a chance for the Dragons. They did take a set from Garrett. Lahamadou on the way. Kelly, Ellis, Lane, Lulk, kept alive. Kelly puts it up. Lise got the kill. Hang on, we're not done yet. That was a great play by the Dragons as Abby Lise with a big-time kill. Makes it 24-11. Brianna Cochran will check in for the Dragons to serve. On the way. It's a good serve, too. Here's McGee. Nice block. Was that out? That was. No, it was. It's in. Abby Lise gets the block. 24-12. All right. All right, Dragons putting up a fight here towards the end of this set. Not bad, not bad. Well, hold the phone, hold the phone. They were checking. It is going to be a point for the Dragons, it looks like, but they were checking with the corner judge to make sure that that was on the line. Cocker serve on the way. Chirino keeps it alive. Punted back over. Lane. Ellis. Lane again. Chirino. Cuellar. Rosas. Off of Cochran, and that'll do it for set number 3. 25-12. A big win for Garrett. And we'll go into set 4. The Dragons get a win. We go to the 5th set. If not, Garrett's going to escape with a victory here. They started to finally look like the Garrett College that we expected coming into this game in that one. 25-12 is the score there. The Lakers take a 2-1 lead in the game. We'll be right back for set number 4. You're watching Dragons Volleyball live here on Howard Vimeo. Set number 4. Garrett took set 2, 25-12. We'll give you a quick game recap. So game 1, set 1 of this game was an intense back and forth affair. Dragons came back from a deficit to make it a 3-point game at the end, lost 25-21. Set 2, Dragons took it over Garrett 26-24 in the most exciting set we have seen all season long. to get their first set win since they swept Chesapeake way back in September. And then set 3, it was all Garrett, 25-12. The Lakers crushed the Dragons in that one, looking like the top 4 seed that they are. Now here we are with a pivotal set 4. If the Dragons win this, we go to set 5 and a chance for the Dragons to pull a massive upset. If Garrett wins, as we're underway, they take the victory. And a good start for the Dragons as Maoli Felijo gets the kill. Irene Almonte will check into the contest, replacing Brianna Cochran, who got the start. On the floor for the Dragons, it's Ellis, Kelly, Jaselskas, Lane, Felijo, and Almonte. Ellis. Loke. That was in for Garrett. 1-1, and I give Garrett credit. A very good crowd has come out for them. Garrett College, if you're not familiar, is all the way out near Deep Creek Lake in far western Maryland. So travel for them is difficult as it stands, but they've done a wonderful job of bringing their crowd out here. It's an excellent crowd for today's game. Lulk will serve. Jaselskas with a nice save. It's dipped in. You got to send that over. Lane will do so. Chirino. We are. Hamadou blocked by Felijo. Maoli Felijo with a monster block. Makes it 2-1. If the Dragons could force a 5th set here, it would complete what has arguably been their best game of the season that they have played with how well they have looked. Lane serves. McGee. We are. Back to McGee. That's out. 3-1 start for the Dragons. And a much better start than the last set when they were down 5-0 before they got their first points. Whatever talking to Coach Jalen Ivey gave the team between sets, it seems to have worked. That's a good serve by Lane. McGee is going to be set up here for the kill. Lane keeps it alive. Ellis dinks it over. What a play by Cheyenne Ellis. Cuellar sets it up. Rojas. Lane. Jaselskas. Ellis. That was short. 3-2. Lahamadou will serve. Kelly will dig. Ellis dinks it right back over. Lahamadou picks it up. Cuellar with the set. McGee with the kill. Blocked by Felijo. Dunked over by Felijo. Lahamadou is there. Cuellar. Rojas takes it over. Jaselskas tries to save kick it there, and it's a tie game. 3-3. Kelly goes for the kill. Kept alive by Lulk. Rojas off the net. Dragons get the point back. 4-3. Dragons lead. Jaselskas will serve. Picked up by Lulk. Chirino looking for an opening. They go back to Lane. Ellis. Lees puts it over. McGee keeps it alive. Cuellar sets it up. And McGee gets the kill. Back and forth we go as the Lakers tie it up at 4. That was out. Rojas' serve is out, and the Dragons retake the lead. 5-4. Brianna Cochran will check back in to serve for the Dragons, as they've gotten off to a much better start than they did during the last set. We could be in for an extension of this game if they keep it up. See what they could do here. Here's Cochran. Serves on the way. Chirino. Up. McGee puts it over. Oh! Give that one to the Dragons. And for the first time in this game, the Dragons take a 2-point lead, 6-4. Cochran will serve once more. On the way. Chirino. Guiar. Yoder. Off of the net. Another point. 7-4. Dragons taking control of this one. They're up by 3. That one's up. Off the net. Another mistake by Garrett. And the Dragons have a 4-point lead, 8-4. Cochran serves up. Guiar sets it up. Yoder dinks it over. Jaselskis keeps it alive. Not for long, though. Garrett gets a point back, 8-5. Serves on the way from Salinas. And Kelly tips it out of bounds. 8-6. Garrett creeping back into this one. They'll have another serve here with Salinas. Ellis sets up for Kelly. And that's off the net. Not enough power for Kelly. Garrett, 1 point behind, 8-7. And that's a service error for Salinas. Dragons get another point. 9-7. On the way, Salinas. Ellis tips it up for Lease. Puts it up. Chirino keeps it alive. Guiar sends it over. Kelly with the dig. And a mistake by Lease and Ellis puts Garrett back within 1, 9-8. On the way. And that's going to be an error that'll tie the contest up. 9-9. Garrett taking advantage. Chirino puts it over. Kelly. And a miscommunication there between Lease and Ellis gives Garrett the lead. 10-9. Lakers have come back. Dragons need a timeout. We'll take a break too and be back as Garrett leads it 10-9 in the 4th set. We'll be right back. It's Garrett's serve. They lead 10-9. Ball's up. Kelly puts it up for Lease. Lane for the kill. Was that in? It was! Ariana Lane with the big kill ties the game up at 10 apiece. And the Dragons needed that. Maoli Felijo will check into the game as Abby Lease will serve. There's a stoppage in play there. I'm not sure why. Lise will serve. Here we go. On the way, Chirino. We are. Lahamadou gets the kill. Garrett's got some mashers on that team, and they're working their magic here to try and get the Lakers back into this one. A reminder, folks, that today's live stream is going to be a hefty one. We've got another game coming up after this that we will show you in full, and then one more game that will come up. Garrett, Baltimore City's coming up next. It's Baltimore City versus Howard. We will be sure to bring you all the action. Emma Cuellar will serve. Ellis keeps it alive. Felijo sends it back over. Chirino picks it up for Cuellar. Lahamadou, blocked by Felijo. Big time blocked by Mayoli Felijo. And that keeps this game tied at 11 apiece. Serve on the way from Ellis. Cuellar sends it back. Lulk, Ellis, Jaselskis, Kelly, Chirino. Off the net. Give that one to Kelly. And the Dragons take the lead 12-11. Let's go. Okay. Much better game we got than last set. Ellis' serve on the way. Scooped up by Rojas. Rojas dinks it over. Lane sets it up. Ellis puts it up there. Almonte couldn't get it over the net. 12-12. Garrett ties it up once more. Lulk will serve. Kelly backing up. Sets up for Ellis. And that's a kill for Rojas. And a 1-point lead for Garrett. 13-12. Serve on the way. And it's out. Dragons not going away here. Tied up again at 13. This one's going to come down to the wire, much like the first two sets did. And this will provide yet another opportunity for the Dragons to serve. It's Ariana Lane. Lane's serve is on the way. Picked up by McGee. Cuellar puts it up. Lahamadou partially blocked. Lane on the rebound. Finds Ellis. Ellis gets it to Kelly. It was partially blocked. Sent back. Chirino keeping it alive somehow. Lulk has to send it over. Lane comes up. Puts it right back. And McGee gets the kill on the rebound. 14-13. Ayana Yoder checking back into the game now. As it'll be Lahamadou who will serve. And that's short off the net. 14-14. It's a back and forth affair here. One team takes advantage, the other saps it right back. It's a good one. Jaselskis on the way, picked up by Chirino. Cuellar puts it up for Rojas. Jaselskis is there. Ellis, Lise off the net. And Garrett goes back ahead 15-14. Rojas will serve. Off the net. Back and forth we go. 15-15. Neither team can establish any momentum. The other keeps sapping it away. Brianna Cochran checks into the game. She will serve. On the way. Punted up by Lulk. Cuellar is there for the set. And a nasty block by Abby Lise. Stops Thelma McGee in her tracks and gives the Dragons the lead. 16-15. Brianna Cochran will serve this one. On the way. Chirino puts it up. Punted right back. by Cuellar. Took the Dragons by surprise there and ties the game at 16. I don't think they were expecting that. Salinas will serve. On the way, tipped off the net. Kelly picks it up, finds Ellis. Lease. Chirino saves it. Cuellar with the set. Here comes Lulk. What a dig by Lane. Kelly. Jaselska sends it back over. Chirino with another nice save. Puts it up for Cuellar. And that's going to be a point for the Dragons. I don't know how, but that's a Dragons point. 17-16 Dragons. I didn't see what exactly was the reason for the Dragons getting that point. I think that was a rule I didn't see before. Okay. Kelly serves. Cuellar puts it up. Yoder going for the kill. Ellis keeps it alive. Coming back the other way. Here's Yoder again. Lane keeps it alive. And we're tied once more. I think they gave the kill to Brianna Cochran. Paola Chirino will serve. On the way. Kelly. Ellis. Lane. Oh, what a kill by Ariana Lane! Ties it back up. Well, actually, no, gives the Dragons the lead 18-17. We're not going down without a fight. Abby Lease will serve. On the way. A little bit off the net. Ellis tips it over. Lahamadou goes back. Lease with the dig. Ellis sets up. Lane. That count? It does! Ariana Lane makes it a 2-point lead for the Dragons. 19-17. How about this? And Garrett takes a timeout. They need it. Garrett is in trouble. The yips that we saw at the beginning of the game that had cost them the second set are back. And they find themselves trailing now 19-17. We're going to take a break. You're watching a very exciting Dragons volleyball match here on Howard Vimeo. An intense timeout cycle in the Garrett bench as their head coach desperately trying to rally the troops here. The Dragons trying to stay on top. They lead it 19-17, trying to win their second set and send this to a fifth set and a chance for them to get a win. Lisa's serve is picked up by Salinas. Cuellar sets it up, tipped over. And they're going to say that Lulk went too far over the net. Lulk went over the line. And the Dragons have a 3-point lead. 20-17. Howard leads it with the chances of a fifth set on the horizon if they could get 5 more points. Lease will serve. Selena sets up for Cuellar. Lahamadou. Gnarly kill. And Garrett's not going away without a fight. Jaselskis checks into the game for the Dragons. Emma Cuellar will serve. On the way. Nice dig there. Palijo puts it in. Cochran. Ellis. Lane. Chirino keeps it alive. Set up by Cuellar. Lahamadou. Blocked. And they're going to say that Lahamadou stepped over the line. That's a point for the Dragons. Irene Almonte checks in. Dragons are fighting like they've never fought before. Ellis gets the ace! How about this? 22-18. Serve on the way. Cuellar puts it up. Dinked over. That's out. That's out. That's out. It says 22-18 on the scoreboard. It should be 23-18. And they will change it. 2 points away from sending this to a pivotal fifth set. Ellis. It's up. Vallejo. Chirino with a save. Kept alive by Cuellar. Volk. Jaselskis. Kelly. Lane puts it over. Chirino. Cuellar. Lahamadou. Blocked by Vallejo. And give a point back to Garrett. 23-19. It is loud here in Atherton. This crowd is getting into it. Howard's getting into it. Lulk on the way. Picked up. Almonte sends it over. Rojas. Dipped it by Lahamadou. Kept alive by Lane. Ellis. Lane. Kill! Game point! 24-19. The Dragons are 1 point away from sending this one to a fifth set. It will be Ariana Lane who will serve. On the way. Rosas keeps it up. McGee, blocked by Vallejo. Somehow kept alive. Lane couldn't get there in time. Garrett getting back into this one, 24-20. They just need 1 point. And it will be Brenna Lahamadou. Lahamadou sends it over. Kelly, that's out of bounds. Garrett fighting back there, down 3, 24-21. Dragons can win this. Lahamadou on the way. Kelly, Ellis, Almonte, Rosas, Lahamadou. Cuellar sends it over. Jaselskis, Ellis, Vallejo! Dragons take it! Dragons take it 25-21. We go to a fifth set. How about that? It's tied up at 2, folks. We're going to set number 5. And we'll be back in 3 minutes. The first time all season the Dragons have gone to the full 5 sets, and they're doing it against one of the best teams in Region 20 in Garrett. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the pivotal moment of this game. What a contest it has been, as the Dragons have a chance here to potentially steal one from the Garrett Lakers. We'll be right back. The fifth set. You don't see it that often in volleyball, but it's here. One more contest, first to 25, will decide who wins this game, and what a game it is. You're watching Howard Dragons Volleyball here on the Dragons Vimeo page. This is the big man on the mic, Isaac Donsky, and what a game it's been. Let's recap really quickly for you. It was supposed to be a contest against Baltimore City. They were delayed in getting here, so a schedule change was made. Garrett, who got here first, would play the Dragons first. And for whatever reason, the Dragons came to play. Now, this game was expected not to go well for the Dragons. Garrett is one of the best teams in Region 20. They're battling for a top 4 seed. But for whatever reason, the Dragons have decided that with the exception of set 3, which we're not going to talk about because that was kind of a bloodbath, they are going to fight and make Garrett earn this one. The Dragons took sets 2 and sets 4, and they have a chance now to potentially take set 5. But they have to get past Garrett to do so. Garrett has won the odd-numbered set so far. Howard has won the even-numbered sets. Dragons are going to have to buck that trend to get the win. On the court to start this set, Lise, Kelly, Ellis, Almonte, Felijo, and Lane. And to think the Dragons are doing this without one of their key offensive pieces. Michaela Murray is out injured. She has an injured ankle. She can't play. She's been the offensive leader for this team all season, and despite her being out, the Dragons not only have been able to continue playing, they've flourished. They've looked better than they have all season. They're doing this without one of their best offensive players. They're doing this by constantly cycling in their bench pieces. They've had Brianna Cochran and Irene Almonte, who haven't played much all season, consistently come into the game over and over again and make big plays. The defense has been spectacular, courtesy of Kata Jaselskis, Alyssa Kelly, and Cheyenne Ellis. And Ariana Lane and Abby Lise have been vicious in their kills. Ellis will get us started here with set number 5. Here we go. On the way, Ellis, Chirino, Cuellar, Lahamadou, and a good start for Garrett with a kill. Part of me wonders if Garrett may have been taken by surprise with this contest. They were supposed to play the second and third games of this triple header, not the first. But because Baltimore City got delayed in being here, Garrett had to play the first game in order to keep things on schedule. Kelly keeps that alive to Ellis. Pushed over by Felijo! Kept alive by Lulk. Rosas. Kelly. Ellis. Lane. Got it! Like I was saying, Garrett was kind of taken by surprise. They didn't expect to play this first game, and I wonder if mentally they weren't ready yet. They were prepared to play the games of the afternoon against Baltimore City, and then this contest, which would have been later, as that serve goes to Cuellar. Put up now. Kept alive by Jaselskis. Going to get an assist from the ceiling. Kelly goes for the kill. Gets it back to Chirino. Cuellar. Lahamadou with the kill. My thinking here is that Garrett wasn't prepared to play an early game. And we thank them for doing it because it kept us on schedule. And as a result, Howard's taken full advantage of that. Serve on the way. Lane keeps it up. Ellis puts it up for Felijo. That was blocked. It's gonna be kept alive. Jaselska sends it over. It's up. Rosas, that's out. 2-2. Felijo checks out. She's had an excellent defensive game up front. Abby Lise checks in. On the way, Jaselskis. Tipped. Kept alive. Jaselskis. No, it was Lane who got it. Almonte tips it in. Off the ground. Tipped over. Cuellar. Lane. Almonte again. Short. Lahamadou. Lise. This is a great volley here. Here's a chance. McGee. That's out. Dragons take the lead 3-2. Jaselskas will serve. On the way, Chirino. Oh, that went out of bounds! Too much power by Chirino. It goes out of bounds, and the Dragons have a chance. Timeout taken by Garrett. The coach looks furious. The Dragons have a 4-2 lead early in set number 5. They're playing like a team possessed, and they have a chance. We'll be right back. Back we go. Jaselskas will serve. On the way, kept alive. McGee goes off of the net. That's another point and a 3-point lead. Serve on the way from Jaselskas. Picked up by Rosas. And it's off the net again. Garrett looks completely off balance. They've been taken by surprise, and they're breaking down. And the Dragons have all the momentum in the world. But knowing volleyball, it could go back the other way any moment. Have to stay on your toes here. Here's Jaselskas. On the way. Chirino. Guiar. Rosas. And that's why I say you have to stay on your toes. That got knocked out of bounds by Kelly. That gave Garrett back a pivotal point that they needed. 6-3. 3-point game early here in this 5th set. On the way, Lahamadou. That's out! That's out. 7-3. Baltimore City, by the way, has come in to watch. They're getting set for their game. As Brianna Cocker checks in, it'll be Baltimore City versus Garrett in the second game of our triple header. We'll bring you that coverage live here on Dragons Vimeo as part of our tri-match. Lane, Ellis, Kelly, blocked. Yoder got a big block. And it's back to a 3-point game, 7-4. Well, if there's one thing we've known, with the exception of the third set, every set in this game has been insanely close. So we know no matter what, it's going to come down to the wire. Lease trying to get a kill. That's up off the basket. That's out of bounds. And that's a kill for Abigail Lease. And an 8-4 lead. Alyssa Kelly is going to serve. It's up. Chirinos, Guiar, Yoder, Cochran, sends it out of bounds. Back and forth we go. Garrett starting to get back into this one. Salinas checks into the game. Ball's up. Cochran, Ellis, Lease, got the kill! Abby Lease with a strike! 9-5. Abby will serve. Jaselskas checks out. Vallejo checks in. On the way. Salinas. Guiar. On the way. Kelly with a great dig. Lease keeps it alive. It's out. And Garrett taking advantage here. The question now is, can Garrett take advantage of all of these mistakes made by the Dragons They haven't been able to so far, and that's what's kept this game in control of the Dragons. They lead it by 3, 9-6. Torino serve on the way. That's an ace for Garrett. Kelly lunged for it, couldn't get there in time. 2-point game, 9-7. On the way. Kelly. Oh, another mistake. And now the Dragons starting to take the Lakers, are trying to starting to take advantage of Dragon mistakes. 9-8. Timeout taken by Coach Ivy. She's got to calm her team down here. We're going to take a timeout too and be right back, as this one is tightening up in the 5th set. It just got very loud here, as Garrett will serve. You probably saw me duck underneath the camera, say hi to the camera to fix the technical issue I was dealing with. Here we go. 9-8, Dragons lead. Ellis sets up. Filio tips it in. Guiar sets it up. Chirino. Loke ties the game with a kill. 9-9. None of the sets in this game have been particularly one-sided, with the exception of set number 3, which Garrett ran away with. This game has been insanely close, and we know that no matter what, it will come down to the wire. Chirino on the way. Jaselskis. Ellis dips it over. Lulk. And Garrett takes the lead. Dragons are getting a little sloppy here. Need to tighten up. Chirino will serve again. 10-9, still within striking distance. One mistake is all it can take to turn around the momentum of this game. On the way. Up. Feliho. What a dig by Jaselskis. Ellis. Lane. That's in! Ariana Lane with a huge, huge kill to tie the game at 10. Cheyenne Ellis will serve for the Dragons. It's on the way. Salinas. Guiar. Jaselskis, nice dig. Puts it up. Lane. Out. Garrett back on top, 11-10. Guiar serves. Jaselskis picks it up. Lane. Ellis will put it back over. Chirinos comes up from the back. Guiar. Lahamadou. Lane. Ellis. Feliho. Chirino. Guiar. Lahamadou. Blocked by Feliho. Ties the game at 11. Boy, she's had some ferocious blocks in this one, folks. Simply ferocious. Timeout called. They're actually going to say, I think we have our score wrong. I think it's 12-10. They're saying it's 12-10 Garrett. Don't think that block by Felijo counted. That's not what we had on our score. We'll check that. Quick check of the Region 20 standings, folks, and folks, this is how Region 20 stands right now. Hartford is the top seed ahead of Montgomery, Hagerstown, and Potomac State. Allegheny, Southern Maryland, Garrett, and Carroll are the remainders of the top 8. Now, Garrett was fighting for a top 4 seed, but are in trouble now as we're back underway. Jaselskis, that's going to be an error and a point to Garrett, making it 13-10. Garrett currently sits in the 7th seeded position for Region 20. Back underway we go. Chirino, Guiar, Lahamandu, Almonte. Lane. Got one! The Dragons needed that. 13-11. Dragons will serve. It'll be Ariana Lane. On the way. Off the net, almost got an ace there. And that was out. Test. Okay, we're good. Lane keeps that up. Takes a bounce. Ellis sends it right back over for Chirino. Lahamadou blocked by Felijo. Kelly keeps it alive. Jaselskis sets it up for Lane. Puts it over. Tipped up and out of bounds, and it's tied off of Ariana Lane. What a volley. I apologize for the brief break in the commentary there, folks. It feels like that all of the tech issues that we've managed to dodge this game are starting to come back. Garrett takes a timeout as my mic suddenly stopped working. I got it working again, thankfully. 13-13 tie game. We're going to take a short break, make sure everything's working okay and nothing got messed up there. And we'll be right back. Intense 5th set. Tension is high. We'll be right back. We welcome you back. It's an intense one. 13-13, 5th set. Someone's going home with a win. Dragons try to get their 3rd win of the season and their 1st win since September when they beat Chesapeake. Garrett trying to get a big win here. This is a Garrett Lakers team that we mentioned earlier is fighting for a potential top 4 seed in the Region 20 playoffs. And the Dragons are giving them all they can handle. Lamadou pushes it in. And the Lakers retake the lead, 14-13. Shy Lulk will serve. On the way. Jaselskis. Felijo. It's actually Ellis who touched first. Felijo sends it over. Kept alive. And Garrett's ahead by 2, 15-13. I said 15-13. What just happened there? Oh. Well, folks, that actually is going to do it. My apologies. That was an error on my part. The final fifth set, it's the first to 15, not the first to 25. I apologize. I did not realize that, and that actually is going to do it. Garrett is going to escape with the win, it looks like. Garrett's going to win it 3-2. I did not realize that it was first to 15 and not first to 25 in the fifth and final set. My apologies. And that's how it's going to end. 15-13. Garrett wins it. So the Dragons will fall to 2-10 on the season, but what a game it was. They forced a fifth set. They were competitive all the way through. An intense, ferocious set. I apologize, folks. I completely forgot about how the final fifth set only goes to 15 points. That's my apologies. But that is how it's going to end. Well, the Dragons have nothing to be ashamed of. They just played their best game of the entire season. They took on a top-tier playoff caliber team in Region 20, took them to the brink, and almost pulled off a monster upset. Come up short here, but expectations are very, very high for what's to come as they have one more game to play later today. That's going to be against Baltimore City, and that contest is going to be coming up later today. In the meantime, we've got our next match of our tri-match coming up. That's going to be Baltimore City versus Garrett. We'll see if the Panthers can get their first win of the year against the Lakers. If Garrett can shake off the rust from a tough full 5-set game against the Dragons. We're going to take a break, and we will have that second game coming up for you just shortly.
it's game 2 of our tri-match. Baltimore City versus Garrett College. Enjoy, everybody. That will conclude the coverage of Game 2 of our tri-match between Baltimore City and Garrett. Game 3, Baltimore City versus Howard Community College, will be coming up shortly. Preceding that game will be Sophomore Day celebrations here at Athelton. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Test 1 2, test 1 2. And we are back live at Athelton High School Gymnasium for the final game of our triple header between the Howard Community College Dragons and the Baltimore City Community College Panthers. This is the big man on the mic, Isaac Donsky, welcoming you back once again. It's been a long day here. We are entering hour number 5 of our coverage of Dragons volleyball, the final home volleyball game of the season, and this will be our last game called. It's been a pleasure working with the Dragons this year, despite some of our technical issues we've had to deal with, but we have gotten through it, and I want to give a big shout out to our temporary home away from home, Athelton High School this year, who has served as our temporary home while the Dragons' main stadium, main arena, has undergone significant upgrades. Anyway, one last game to play. If you watched the last game, that was a clean sweep for Garrett College. The Lakers beat Baltimore City 3-0. Fairly quick game, and we're getting set for the final game of the triple header. Now, if you missed the first game of the triple header between Garrett and Howard, you missed an instant classic. Despite the Despite the odds being stacked against them, the Dragons fought hard and nearly pulled off a monster upset. They took Garrett to 5 total sets and just came up short in that one. It was the game of the year so far, but now a chance for victory. The Dragons 2-10 on the season. Their chances of making the postseason are pretty slim. They would have to win out, and they still have yet to play conference-leading Hartford. It's going to be tough for them. They're facing a team that currently sits last in Region 20. That's Baltimore City. It has been a difficult season for Baltimore City. They have just 6 available players for today's game, so this matchup should go favorably for the Dragons, especially after the experience they had in taking Garrett to town for a couple of sets there. Let's give you the lineups for both teams before we get to our final game of this triple header. And yes, again, we have reached hour 5 of our coverage. It's been a long day. We thank you for sticking with us. Here is the lineup for Baltimore City, and only 6 players here for the Panthers. They are as follows. Freshman number 2, Alasia Fernandez. Freshman number 15, Journey Trejo. Freshman number 4, Nicole Madison. Freshman number 5, Casey Brown. Freshman number 9, Makai Thomas. And freshman number 13, Miracle Thomas. All 6 players are from Baltimore, Maryland. Here's the lineup for your Howard Community College Dragons for the last time this season. At outside hitter, a freshman from Ellicott City, Maryland, graduate of Mount Hebron High School. Number 1, Abigail Lease. At defensive specialist, a freshman from Bridgetown, Barbados, graduate of the Comberme School. Number 2, Ariana Lane. At defensive specialist and libero, a freshman from Kiev, Ukraine, graduate of Marriott's Ridge High School. Number 3, Brianna Cochran. At setter and defensive specialist, a sophomore from Mount Airy, Maryland, graduate of Glen Elg High School. Number 8, Sarah McKenzie. At defensive specialist, a sophomore from Baltimore, Maryland, graduate of the Rosedale Christian Academy. Number 9, Caden Jaselskis. At outside hitter, a sophomore from Columbia, Maryland, and a graduate of Oakland Mills High School. Number 10, Michaela Murray. At defensive specialist, a sophomore from Barahona in the Dominican Republic, graduate of Hammond High School. Number 13, Irene Almonte. At defensive specialist and libero, a sophomore from Laurel, Maryland, graduate of Reservoir High School. Number 16, Alyssa Kelly. At middle blocker, a freshman from Columbia, Maryland, graduate of Longreach High School. Number 17, Ariana Beasley. At middle blocker, a freshman from Jessup, Maryland, graduate of Hammond High School. Number 18, Mayoli Falijo. And at setter and defensive specialist, a freshman from Eldersburg, Maryland, graduate of Century High School. Number 20, Cheyenne Ellis. The Dragons are led by head coach Jalen Ivey and assistant coach Diana Robb. So, the final home game of the season is coming up. The Dragons take on Baltimore City. This was a game that was supposed to be played at 11 a.m., but due to a scheduling mix-up, it got switched around with the game against Garrett. We'll have that game coming up shortly. We're going to take one last break and be right back as the Dragons take on the Panthers in the final home game of the 2024 season. All right, we're about to get ready here for the last home game of the 2024 season, the Baltimore City Community College Panthers and the Howard Community College Dragons. The Dragons will be wearing all black with gold numbers. Libero Caden Jaselskis will be wearing gray with gold. Baltimore City will be wearing all black with white numbers. Expectations for this game are interesting. Baltimore City winless on the season. They're 0-7. They just came off another loss to, just played a tough loss to Garrett. The Dragons 2-10 took Garrett to the house, the full distance to 5 sets, came up just short, and now with a chance to potentially get their third victory of the season and their first win since early September when they swept Chesapeake in this building. It's the final game of the year here in Athelton and the last game on the road for this volleyball team that has been on the road for the past couple of seasons due to ongoing construction on the Callert Foundation complex, which will be their new home starting next year. So a big shout out to Athelton High School for all of their hospitality. Shout out to Hammond High School for hosting us for one game against Montgomery as we get set for the final home game of the season and our final broadcast of the year. The starting six for the Dragons will be Brianna Cochran, Alyssa Kelly, Abby Lease. She'll check out now for Caden Jaselskis. Cheyenne Ellis, Ariana Lane, and Maoli Felijo. The starting six for Baltimore City are the six that are here. Are the only 6 players that are here: Miracle Thomas, Makai Thomas, Casey Brown, Nicole Madison, Journey Trejo, and Alasia Fernandez. Baltimore City does have more players listed on their roster, but only 6 showed up today when they arrived. Baltimore City will start with possession. First serve will be number 5, Casey Brown, as we get underway with the final home game of the season. Brown's serve is on the way. It's picked up by Kelly. Cochran sets up. Felijo sends it over. Brown up. Makai Thomas comes up, tries to get it to number 2. Thomas. Ellis. Lane gets the kill. Ariana Lane starts us off. One nothing. Cheyenne Ellis will serve first for the Dragons as Brianna Cochran checks out in favor of Irene Almonte. Baltimore City looking for an opening here. Kelly keeping it alive. It's out of bounds. And that'll tie things up at 1 apiece. All right. Good start for Baltimore City here. They struggled early against Garrett. Makai Thomas will serve. On the way, Caden Jaselskis with the dig. Ellis. Lane gets the set as it bounces off the chest of Nicole Brown. 2-1. Excuse me, that was Casey Brown. Lane serve on the way, and Trejo couldn't handle it. It's a service ace for Ariana Lane and a 3-1 lead for the Dragons. Lane will serve once more. Ball's up. Trejo. Brown gets it across. Ellis connects with Jaselskis. Lane going for the kill. Thomas is there. Brown. And that is out as Miracle Thomas fell behind the net, and when they went to pick her up, fell again. It's 4-1. Lane serve on the way. Ace! Nicole Madison came in to try and hit it. Got too late. She's adjusting her knee there as she took a bit of the fall. And it's 5-1. It's kind of what we expected here. Dragons would jump out to an early lead. This Baltimore City team has struggled to take advantage. Has struggled to take advantage of mistakes by their opponents all season. As Lane once again will serve. On the way. And it's in. Trejo wasn't close. 6-1, another ace for Ariana Lane. And it is a difficult situation for Baltimore City. They just played a tough game against Garrett, and they immediately have to play again. Trejo picks that one up. Brown scoops it up. Fernandez tries to set it over, and a miscommunication by Irene Almonte is going to give Baltimore City their second point of the game. Good to see Irene Almonte in the game. I mentioned earlier in our first game against Garrett that she and Brianna Cochran got a lot of playing time today because Michaela Murray was out with an ankle injury. And as a result, two players that we normally don't see a lot have got a good chance. Fernandez will serve. That was in. It's an ace for Alasia Fernandez and a 6-3 game. Baltimore City starting to get some momentum back their way. Fernandez has struggled to serve this year. Here is the serve. That's a good one. Lane. Ellis tups it over. And a kill for Cheyenne Ellis. A rare kill for the setter, who normally sets up the kills, gets one herself. Abigail Lease will check in to replace Mayoli Felijo. Kaden Jaselskis will head back to serve. Jaselskis on the way. Makai Thomas sends it right back. Almonte dips it over. Trejo gets it back. Jaselskis, Ellis sets up. Abby Lease gets the kill. 8-3. Dragons have got momentum back rolling their way. Off back-to-back kills by Cheyenne Ellis and Abigail Lease. Jaselskis will set again. And gets a service ace. She leads the team in service aces this season. And will add another one to her growing number. As it feels like this year, every time Kaden Jaselskis has served, the Dragons have gotten a ton of momentum. She does such a good job. As we're going to pause as one of the referees rolls the ball across the court. Jaselskis will serve once more. On the way. Makai Thomas picks it up. Brown will set it up for Fernandez, who dips it over. Kelly keeps it alive. Ellis, Lease, gets the kill and slams it right off the nose of Nicole Madison. It's the volleyball equivalent of hitting someone in the face with a pie. Jaselskis will continue to serve. And folks, well, this might be her last game as last home game as a volleyball player here, since she is a sophomore. Jaselskis will be a star on the Dragons women's basketball team. They start their season in a handful of weeks against the Baltimore City. Alyssa Kelly with the kill. 11-3. Dragons rolling. Jaselskis serve on the way. Thomas comes up to pick it up, and it bounces off the net for another ace for Kaden Jaselskis. This might be the most productive. I'll come back to that thought. Jaselskis sends it over. Thomas picks it up once more. Brown will set. Fernandez tried to get the kill. That was Nicole Madison. I'll make it 13-3. A 10-point lead for the Dragons. This is their biggest lead of the entire season. And Jaselskis will continue to serve. Boy, she's had a wonderful time serving today. Fernandez will pick it up. It's off the net. It's 14-3. And the confidence that the Dragons got from that excellent game they played against Garrett earlier today has bled over into this one, as they look phenomenal so far against Baltimore City. Ball's up. Jaselskis will send it over. Fernandez calls for it. Brown with the set. Thomas sends it over. Jaselskis. Ellis. Lease for the kill. There's a whistle. And I think they're going to say that a Baltimore City player stepped over the line in the middle. And it's 15-3. Well, how about this? Jaselskis. Fernandez. Off the net. Dragons are not letting up here as they are dominating this first set. Jaselskis almost got another ace there. Brown sends it back. Jaselskis again. Ellis. Kelly gets the kill. Got a bit of an assist from the net there, as it took Nicole Madison by surprise. Wasn't able to get there in time. And it's 17-3 Dragons. Well, Garrett was able to hold Baltimore City to just 5 points in the third set, so that's the number to beat. Miracle Thomas sends that one behind the stands. Behind the sideline, excuse me. 18-3. If this keeps up, Jaselskis might continue serving the rest of this game. On the way, Fernandez, Thomas, Brown gets the kill. Not bad from Casey Brown there. And this will send Miracle Thomas to the line to serve. Ball's up, and that one's going nowhere. 19-4. Dragons 6 points away from winning this set. Brianna Cochran checks back into the game to replace Irene Almonte. And she will serve. Boy, she was excellent during that game against Garrett, in which the Dragons put together an incredible performance against the Lakers. Brown, that was off the net. And that's a point for Baltimore City. Trejo will serve. It's up off the net. Lease keeps it alive, and Kelly can't finish it. Baltimore City trying to get some momentum back here, and back-to-back points definitely helps out. Journey Trejo will serve again. Cochran. That one was dipped over by Thomas. They're actually going to give that point, it looks like, to... Yes, they're going to give that point to the Dragons. Yeah, they're going to give that point to the Dragons. They're going to say Makai Thomas stepped over the line there. So it's 20-7. 20-6, excuse me. 20-6. Thomas on the way. Fernandez. Jaselskis keeps it alive. Cochran will send it over. Fernandez sends it right back. Cochran pops it up. Thomas with a little dink. Makes it 20-7. Baltimore City putting up a good fight here. Cole Madison will serve. Cochran. Ellis. Lease got the kill. Nice kill there by Abigail Lease. Mayoli Felijo checks in to replace Kaden Jaselskis. And it will be Abby Lease who will serve. Ball's up. Trejo pops it out of bounds. 22-7. Lease. That's off the net. Fernandez and Thomas couldn't combine to put it back over. 23-7. Lease will serve once more. On the way, off Fernandez's hand, and that's a match point. 24-7. Dragons with a chance to put this one away. Serves on the way. That was out. And that will keep this game going for just a little bit longer. Casey Brown will serve for Baltimore City off the service error by Abby Lease, who checks out of the game. Katie Jaselskis back in. On the way, Lane, Ellis, Falijo. Brown keeps it alive. It bounces off the rafters. Jaselskis keeps it alive. Falijo dumps it back over. Trejo keeps it alive. Fernandez, Cochran, Ellis, Lane, Brown got a nice volley. Thomas sends it right back. Here's Jaselskis, Ellis, Lane, got the kill and the win. Set one goes to the Dragons, 25-8. So Howard wins the set. Their third set victory of the day. They took two from Garrett, and we've got two more, realistically, before victory. We're going to go ahead and take our first break of the afternoon as the Dragons lead this one 1-0 in the final home game of the regular season. We'll be right back. (25-8) was the final after one set. Dragons with an impressive start to this one, looking to close out this game with two more victories. But first, they got to get the win here in set number 2. Baltimore City had a couple of good moments towards the end of that game, but for the most part struggled, and it's a continuation of what we saw in the first game featuring the Panthers. They struggled mightily against Garrett. The Dragons, meanwhile, went toe-to-toe with Garrett and took him to a full 5 sets, almost pulling the upset in one of their most impressive performances of the season. Anyway, we're getting set here for the second set. Dragons lead 1-0. On the floor for set number 2 will be Kelly, Lease, Ellis, Lane, Almonte, and Felijo. And it will be the same 6 for Baltimore City: Fernandez, Trejo, Madison, Brown, Thomas, and Thomas. Cheyenne Ellis will get us started by serving as we are underway. And an ace right off the start for Cheyenne Ellis. I've never seen a team give up more service aces than the Panthers here, so. Ellis. Thomas. And not Hiddle. That one, that's going to be another ace for Cheyenne Ellis. Make that 3 aces in a row for Cheyenne Ellis. Ellis trying to make it 4. Brown sets up. Thomas responds. Lane keeps it alive. And that'll be a point to Baltimore City. Off an error by Maoli Felijo. Fernandez will serve for the Panthers. On the way, Jaselskis will set up. Ellis tips it over. Brown runs into Thomas. Lost track of where the ball was. And it's a point for the Dragons. Ariana Lane will serve. On the way. And Fernandez knocks it out of bounds. Another ace. 4 of the 5 points that the Dragons have scored so far in this set have been from service aces. Ariana Lane will serve yet again. On the way. Up. Fernandez. Brown dips it over. Jaselskis keeps it alive. Finds Ellis. Kelly tries to go for the kill. And it's off the net. Tough mistake there by Alyssa Kelly, but the Dragons still lead at 5-2. Miracle Thomas's serve is up. Felijo. Fernandez. And that's another point to the Dragons. 6-2. Jaselskis. Fernandez picks it up. Brown. Makai Thomas. Good attempt there. Almonte. Brown sends it right back. Ellis. Jaselskis. And that was out. 6-3. The scoreboard is one off. It is 6-3. Howard. It says 6-2 up there. Journey Trejo will serve, picked up by Lane. And Kelly with another mistake there makes it 6-4. As we've hit the 5.5 hour mark for our broadcast, folks, it's been a long one, and we thank you for being with us every step of the way. Trejo. Kelly. Lease misses it, and it's a 1-point game. Baltimore City hasn't scored a kill all game, but because of mistakes by the Dragons, they're a point off, 6-5. Uncharted territory here for the Panthers. On the way, Kelly, Ellis, Lease wasn't ready, and it's a tie contest. And a timeout called by Howard as 6-6. It's a tie game. We're going to take a break as well. We'll be right back. We've got ourselves a game here, folks. 6-6. Baltimore City has come back, but they haven't scored any points because of offensive kills. They've scored because of mistakes made by the Dragons. Abby Lease can try to get a response. Fernandez fires right back. Lane, Ellis sets up Almonte. Brown is there to respond. Thomas off the net. There we go. Dragons were getting a little full of themselves there. Series of mistakes caused the Panthers to get right back into this one. Again, Baltimore City has not scored an offensive point this entire set so far. All of their points have come from Dragon mistakes. So head coach Jalen Ivey called a timeout to get her team to lock in here. Brianna Cochran will serve. On the way, Fernandez off the net. It's an ace for Cochran. And you immediately will notice that the Dragons playing much more intensely now. They seem to have locked in and know that the last thing they want is to give up a set to Baltimore City. That's an ace for Brianna Cochran. And you see it again. The loud cheering, explosive clapping that we saw at the beginning of the set, it's gone. The Dragons, they're locked in now. Now they're in for the kill. Cochran will send it up, and it's caught by Fernandez. There's some confusion. Baltimore City, it looks like, called a timeout. They did. I don't know if someone actually called a timeout there, but okay, Baltimore City will use a timeout. And we'll take a short break. We will be right back. You're watching Dragons Volleyball live on Howard Vimeo. So after a quick back-to-back timeouts by both teams, 9-6 is the score. The Dragons lead it. Brianna Cochran will serve, and we're underway. And a mistake made by Brown. It's another ace for the Dragons. Half of their points have come from aces. Here's Cochran. On the way, Fernandez puts it up. Might have hurt herself. 11-6. Cochran yelled out a little gasp of pain after hitting the ball there. I think she's okay. Cochran will serve again. On the way, that's out. 11-7, the score. Lee's trying to go for the kill. And she'll get it as Miracle Thomas missed a play. It's 12-7. Alyssa Kelly will serve. On the way, and that's out. And Baltimore City keeping this one close. Here's Brown. On the way, and gets a service ace. So the Panthers keeping this one uncomfortably close for the Dragons, but Howard's still for the most part in control. Dragons just need a big series of plays here to pull ahead. Casey Brown will serve on the way. Cochran knocks it out of bounds, and it's a 2-point game, 12-10. Brown on the way. Cochran pops it up, and it's off of the ceiling. It's a 1-point game, 12-11. Lane puts it up, bounces off the rafters. Ellis pops it up for Lane. Trejo. Fernandez. That's out. 13-11. Dragons get one back. Abby Lease will serve and gets the ace off of Trejo. 14-11. Lease will serve once more. On its way. And it's another ace as Makai Thomas couldn't hang on to it. 15-11. Dragons starting to pull away here. Here's Abby Lease. That's going to be a service error. And back to a 3-point game, 15-12. So Nicole Madison now will serve for Baltimore City. It's on the way. Jaselskis, Ellis, Cochran, tips it over and in for the kill. 16-12. Irene Almonte will check in for the Dragons. Things have gotten a little sticky here. Ellis sends it over. Thomas pops it up. Madison keeps it alive. Brown will send it back. Falijo up and out. Another point here for Baltimore City as they continue to keep this one close. And some confusion here. Be Fernandez who will serve. That's out. 17-13. Ariana Lane will serve. And another mistake by Baltimore City. Miracle Thomas goes for a tumble. 18-13. Lane will serve once more as the Dragons try to put this one away. Leading 18-13 over a Baltimore City team that has not gone away yet. Thomas will pop that one up, and that's going to be an error on Miracle Thomas. It's 19-13. Lane pops it. Fernandez. Thomas. Brown sends it over. Kept alive by Lane. Here's Kelly. That's way out and out into the hallway. I tell you, these errors by the Dragons are the only thing that is keeping Baltimore City in this game. They still have yet to score a meaningful offensive point, but all 14 of their points have come from Dragon mistakes. Almost all 14. There's Thomas. And Makai Thomas with a mistake. 20-14. Kaden Jaselskis will serve. And will get the ace. I'm telling you, the best things happen when Kaden Jaselskis is the one serving because she has been incredible all season long. 21-14. Dragons are 4 points away from another win. Another set win, that is. On the way. Madison sets it up for Trejo. Ellis picks it up. Jaselska sets up. Lane gets the kill. Ariana Lane has had an excellent day today. She was instrumental in keeping the Dragons in the contest with Garrett, and she's been having an excellent day so far against Baltimore City. Jaselskas. Fernandez can't hang on to it. That's another ace. 23-14. Jaselskas will serve once more. Dragons need 2 points to win this set. Thomas sets up for Brown, back for Thomas. Sends it over. Lane picks it up. Ellis sets up. Lease tips it in. Trejo sends it back. Lease back over. Thomas pops it up. They'll send it back. Lane keeps it alive. Ellis keeps it alive, and it's out of bounds. A good response there from Baltimore City, and they'll have another chance to serve. And it will be Journey Trejo. On the way, Jaselskis will pick it up. Setting up for Lease. Fernandez sets it right back. And they're going to say that a Baltimore City player stepped over the line. Match point. Brianna Cochran will check back in to replace Irene Almonte. On the way, Thomas. And that'll do it. The second set goes to the Dragons. They win it by 10, 25-15. And we'll get set for the third set, take a short break, and be back. What could be the final set of the home season is coming up right after this. Well, between the sets, you saw we turned our camera on at the last minute, but I think Coach Ivy and Coach Rob decided that the Dragons needed a little bit of a wake up after the after that last set. They defeated Baltimore City by 10, 25-15 to get their second win. But I think our coaches decided that the team needed a little get up because they just had them run up and downs on their side of the court. Third set getting set here. Dragons lead 2-0 with a chance to get a sweep. They'll start with the ball. On the court, it'll be Jaselskis, Kelly, Cochran, Lane, Felijo, and Almonte. It'll actually will be Baltimore City with possession here, as Brown will start us off. Sends it up, Kelly. Ellis dips it over and in. Good start. Good start. That's Cheyenne Ellis who's in, not Irene Almonte, excuse me. Almonte and Lisa are on the bench. Michaela Murray's on the bench too. She's out with an injured ankle. And also out for today's game, it appears, Ariana Beasley, who has not played yet. She's been on the bench. Irene Almonte will check in to replace Brianna Cochran. As there's a service error by Cheyenne Ellis to tie the game at 1 apiece. We're coming up on the 6-hour mark of our broadcast here today, folks, and we thank you for being with us the whole time. 6 hours of commercial-free volleyball. Serve on the way. Almonte keeps it alive. Kelly bumps it up. Felijo sends it back. Makai Thomas finds Brown. Hernandez, that's out. Lane will send it up and get the ace. Lane, Brown tips that backwards, and it's 4-1. Lane will serve again. And Madison sends that back towards where players keep their backpacks. Hopefully, they didn't knock anyone's water over. It's 5-1, Dragons. Ariana Lane with a very good stint serving here. She'll try to put this one to extend the lead here. Ball's up. And it's backing off the wall. Another error. And another ace for the Dragons. Lane, popped up by Trejo. Fernandez sends it right back and gets the kill. And Ariana Lane hit the ground hard there. She's getting back on her feet. And she's okay. Lane made a diving attempt to get the save there. As it's 6-2. Lane flexing her wrist, making sure she's okay. Fernandez will serve. Off the net and out. Felijo will check out. Lise will check in. And it will be Kaden Jaselskis who will serve. Thomas off the net. 8-2. On the way. Two players hit it at once. Popped up. Brown sends it back over. Lane, Ellis, Lease off the net. 8-3. Serve on the way. Kelly will send it back over and in for the kill. Irene Almonte will now serve. On the way, off the net. Brianna Cochran will check back in. Trejo. Cochran. Out. Same situation that we saw during the last set. Mistakes are allowing Baltimore City to creep back into this one. Jaselskas will set that one up. Lane will go for the kill and will get it off an error by Miracle Thomas. 10-5. As long as the Dragons can keep getting these big splash plays from their outside hitters, they should be okay. As it is 10-5. Fernandez. Thomas. Jaselskas. Kelly. Lane. Did she touch it? Yes. Miracle Thomas got a piece of it. Give that point to Ariana Lane. 11-5. Alyssa Kelly will serve. On the way. Fernandez pops it straight up. Thomas. Brown will send it back over. Jaselskas. Lane. Oh! Ricocheted off Fernandez into Makai Thomas's face. And it's 12-5. That had to hurt. Kelly will serve again here. As the Dragons start to get on a little run, up 12-5. Kelly's serve on the way, and Fernandez, it tipped off of her. Chalk it up as an ace. Dragons are getting their mojo back. Kelly. Fernandez pops it up. Madison keeps it alive. Brown sends it over. Cochran picks it up. Ellis. Lane. Fernandez. Give that one to Ari Lane, who's taking over this game as the Dragons take a 14-5 lead. Ace for Alyssa Kelly. 10-point lead, 15-5. Dragons are on a roll. They've woken up. And just in time, too. Kelly will serve again. It's on the way. Miracle Thomas pops it up. Fernandez will send it back. Cochran keeps it alive. Over! Thomas couldn't complete the kill. 16-5. Dragons. Kelly will serve once more. Fernandez. That ricochets off into the stands. 17-5. On the way. Fernandez. Thomas. Brown. Jaselskas. Ellis sets up. Lane. Fernandez with a big block. Thomas. Fernandez sends it back. Kelly. Ellis. Lease. Out. Baltimore City's going to catch a break there on a mistake. It's 17-6. That's out. Nicole Madison puts it out, and it's 18-6. Abby Lease will serve as the Dragons closing in on their third win of the season and their first win since September. Lease will pop that one out and give the ball back to Baltimore City. 18-7. Lease will check out. Jaselskis will check in. Casey Brown will serve. And that was out. 19-7. Reynal Monte will check in. It's going to be Baltimore City's serve here. Be Casey Brown. Yeah, okay. They said for a second that it was going to be... There's some confusion as to whose possession it should be. It should be Dragon's ball since that was out on the corner. I don't understand the confusion here, but Cheyenne Ellis will serve. Off the net, 19-8. Kai Thomas will put it up. Lane Ellis pops it up. Almonte Brown. Thomas. Kelly. Ellis. Almonte. Off the net. 19-9, 10-point game. Thomas will serve. Jaselskis is up. Ellis. Lane. And a mistake made by Brown. The Dragons are 5 away. Five points away from their first win since September. Lane serve. Trejo pops it up. 4 away. A mistake by Makai Thomas. You could smell it in the air now. Thomas pops that out of bounds. 3 away. 22-9. Another ace for Ariana Lane. Lane pops it over. Thomas, another mistake. 2 more points for the Dragons, and they get their first notch in the win column in over a month. Lane will pop it up. Another mistake by Thomas. Game point, 24-9. Ariana Lane, who went down hurt earlier, has a chance to finish this one. It's up. Thomas. Fernandez dips it back over. Lane. Kelly. And a block by Fernandez. A win will have to wait at least one more point. It's 24-10. Baltimore City will have a chance here with Elijah Fernandez serving. It's up. Lane. Ellis dips it over, gets the kill, and the win! And the Howard Community College Dragons get their third victory of the season as they defeat Baltimore City 3-0. Final score of the set, 25-10. Cheyenne Ellis gets the last kill. The Dragons have their third win of the season, their second sweep of the season. Victory for Howard. Well, folks, the official time on our broadcast says 6 hours, 8 minutes, and 20 seconds of counting. We have had a long, long day of volleyball, and we're going to wrap it up now. It's been a great season. It's been a fun season to call games for the Dragons. We look forward to seeing you guys next year when we're back at our own home arena. And we want to thank everyone involved with these broadcasts. A big thank you to Atholton High School and Hammond High School for serving as temporary homes for us. For all of us here at Howard Community College, this is Isaac Donsky, the big man on the mic, signing off for the last time this season. Dragons volleyball will be back next year. Brand new arena. It's going to be great. We will see you then. Good night, everybody.